are doing what they were intended to do, which is to be very equality-oriented, which is not the same as equity. Equity can often be unequal, all right? Equity can be, we're going to give more posts to poorer schools. That could be equitable. The post-provisioning norms are largely an equality-oriented model. And insofar as it's that, it's doing what it's intended to do. Okay, next slide, please. So what happens if we do kind of trend lines, so lines following those dots separately for each quintile? Well, you don't really see anything because those quintiles are so close to each other. All right, they overlap, which is not bad. This points again to inequalities across quintiles not being glaring. But we can look at this differently. Next slide. So, if instead of number of posts, we take 1 as being on the provincial average. If you're above the provincial average, you could be as high as 1.1. If you're below the provincial average in terms of your posts, you could be 0.9. So here, quintile 5 is black. And so here we see the trend lines, the cubic trend lines for those who want to know. We can see, for example, okay, that Mpumalanga has the pattern that people are worried about. Okay, are rich schools being overly favored in this model? Well, I wasn't aware of this, but it's clear that Mpumalanga stands out, right? They're far more generous to quintile 5 schools than to other schools, right? So this is the scenario that we would probably want to try and counter in any kind of revision. This does not seem right. But presumably they are applying the model correctly. They're just putting the weights, or maybe they're not, all right? And then we see that in some provinces, such as Gauteng, quintile 5 actually is least favored. And I'm just speculating that this is likely to be the effect of those pro-poor weights. We're still looking at grades 1 to 7 here, by the way. So insofar as this is the case in Mpumalanga, this is about the LOLT, the language of instruction. This is not the secondary level. And yeah, you can see the different provinces. Western Cape, again, quintile 5 is right at the bottom, actually, which surprised me. Yeah, Limpopo as well. So at the primary level, although there's quite a lot of unpredictability, it's not favoring quintile 5 and to some extent quintile 4 schools as one might fear. Right, we'll see that it's quite different at the secondary level. Next slide, please. So here we get to grades 8 to 12. Here I'm including only schools that have any learners in that range, 8 to 12. So I'm excluding combined schools. Yeah, I said there's greater predictability. Look at the Gauteng dots. They are actually more tightly concentrated than they were for the primary level. But there is obviously some variation for schools of the same size. Otherwise, all of this would be on just one very, very thin line. But there's some variation vertically. Next slide. So I did the same analysis as I showed you for the primary level. And then we see at the secondary level, there is some quintile 5 favoring seen in arguably 6 provinces, which is expected given curriculum inequalities. All right, the curriculum inequalities would be that for historical reasons largely, richer schools tend to have not only more non-language subjects and more subjects overall, but subjects that carry quite favorable weightings. All right. Drama, music, technical subjects, These are schools that historically have more resources, including some private resources from school fee income, so they could have equipment to teach these more favorable subjects. So in a way, the problem is not post-provisioning, the problem is curriculum provisioning. You know, why do we still have this kind of inequality across schools? So 6 provinces, I said, have clear quintile 5 favoring Eastern Cape, but remember what I said, that they've included additional posts here. So let's be careful here. Gauteng, yeah, quintile 5 at the top. Mpumalanga, just as at the primary level, very, very clear favoring of quintile 5 schools. Northwest, but not, you know, schools that are around about 1,000, here quintile 5 is clearly favored. But for larger schools, it's not clearly favored. Western Cape doesn't have that clear favoring of quintile 5 schools. Yeah, so it's clearest here and for Mpumalanga. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So what would happen? Let's see what the magnitude of this inequality is. What would happen if we took out all of the subject weightings in the post-provisioning norms and said it's only about learners? So that would be a totally equality-oriented system. If you have any school with 1,000 learners, you will have exactly the same number of posts. If you've got 1,200, you will have exactly a particular number of posts. So that would be equality-oriented. And the logic would be that, look, all schools should have an equal opportunity to specialize in certain subjects. And if you want, one school can do music, another school can do drama, but you need to sort yourself out within your within the post basket that you get. So you can't do perhaps music and art and drama all at once, because that's just too many highly weighted subjects or resource intensive subjects. So if we went along with this equality oriented approach, what I did was I took the 126,000 or so posts in 8 to 12 schools, grades 8 to 12 schools, and distributed them based only on enrollments. So the black is the actual posts that schools have according to the data that the DBE collects. And then the red and the green is how many posts that category would lose or gain. So we see, let's say in Mpumalanga, we saw was quite unequal. If they did a completely equality-oriented approach, quintile 5 schools would lose 105 posts, which is quite a lot considering that this system only has 1,621. Okay, so that's yeah. So and then other quintiles would gain. Nationally, the net loss to quintile 5 would be 154. You can see there's also a net loss to quintile 1, because what we're also doing in this simulation is we're taking away the weights that favor quintile 1. We're going towards a completely equality-oriented approach. Because remember that there are weights which some provinces use to favor quintile 1 schools. But I think what people are most interested in is this, because a lot of the public concern is around how, to the extent to which quintile 5 schools are favored. Now you'll see that it's not as if all provinces would see quintile 5 schools lose posts. KZN, Limpopo would actually see such schools gain, Western Cape as well. Why is this the case? Well, one would have to look closer at the data, but it could be that Western Cape, that curriculum diversity across many the different quintiles is not that unequal. All right. It could also be that Western Cape has taken a decision not to count certain subjects or to consider them as privately funded. You need to find your own privately funded teachers. Okay, so yeah, Mpumalanga is the province where quintile 5 would lose out most. Yeah, and this 154 is about 1% of quintile 5 teachers. So the numbers are not that big. Next one. And then what I did was I moved away from the post data and looked at exams data, because what I wanted to understand was how many subjects does each school have. You would expect larger schools to have more subjects because the size just allows for more diversity. So that's why it's important to control for size. So here we have size, and then here we have the number of non-language subjects. So what we're looking at here is how true is it that quintile 5 schools have greater curriculum diversity? To what extent do they have that privilege? Well, it turns out that they do have a lot of that privilege. In all provinces, quintile 5 is at the top. So you would expect them to be in the position, depending on how resource intensive these subjects are and whether they have weights in the post-provisioning norms, you would expect these schools to be in a stronger position to attract posts simply because they have more subjects. Next. And this is a little bit difficult to explain, but so what I did was I took the exams data and combined it with the posts data, and I ran a regression. So basically I tried to predict the number of posts depending on enrollment and number of subjects. So in which quintiles and in which provinces does having an extra subject more powerfully attract posts? And kind of surprisingly, it's not quintile 5. Even in Mpumalanga, quintile 4 has a greater ability to attract posts for when they have additional subjects, right? Now, it is a bit difficult to explain. Firstly, I must explain the reason why quintile 3 is not here is because it's the reference one. So this is the other quintiles in relation to quintile 3. Anyone below 0 has kind of less power than a quintile 3 school. What does this really mean? It means that, say, in Mpumalanga, the quintile 4 schools, when they have additional subjects, they tend to be subjects with higher weightings. And I suspect this is because in Mpumalanga, they've probably identified some of these schools as kind of focus schools, and hence they have technical subjects, and those technical subjects attract a lot of posts. Whereas maybe quintile 5 has been less kind of prioritized by the province in terms of those being a focus school. So, and that's not a bad thing. But it's clear that, beyond quintiles 4 and 5, additional subjects don't attract, or it's quintile 4 and 5 that are most able to translate more subjects into more posts. And why would this be? Okay, I mentioned that subjects are weighted differentially. Obviously, if you have a highly weighted subject with a lot of learners in music, for instance, you are going to attract more posts, and poor weightings could be playing a role in this picture. So final slide now. So key takeaways. I think it's clear that the implementation of the current model varies by province. We've seen that. And I would say that with some exceptions, implementation is not strikingly anti-poor, all right? I think it's actually less anti-poor than I think I expected before I did this analysis. But in few, if any places, is it clearly pro-poor. It's very much an equality-oriented model. It's not shockingly pro-rich. I mean, if only 1% of quintile 5 teachers' posts would be lost, it's not huge in magnitude, but at the same time, we can't call this it's not progressive. It's not an equity-focused model. Further analysis could establish thresholds for subjects translating to posts where less unequal provisioning system is established, while less advantaged schools with desirable subject diversity are not unduly penalized. So one can kind of use the data to kind of draw lines, draw boundaries, where you say that, look, beyond this point, you're going to have to deal with the provisioning privately. I mean, the law shouldn't stop a school that is charging fees from introducing lots of art subjects if they really want to, and if they pay for that privately. That's how our system works. So you don't want to prevent that, but we need to kind of draw a line more clearly as to when is it your responsibility as a school, especially if you're an advantaged school, to take responsibility for teaching. So we don't do that explicitly right now. But in doing that, what you obviously want to completely avoid is messing up historically disadvantaged schools who have been targeted for kind of focus subjects, and you don't want to take posts away from them because you want to keep that level of diversity for as wide a range of learners as possible. Okay, I'm happy to take questions. I don't know if it's going to be now. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. You can give him a hand, please. We will take actually questions afterwards. Ms. Munda will give a presentation now. I just want you to note, please, I think they said lunches from office 1 to office 2. And then we probably would have to do the template actually after that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, just the last thing is please ignore your bubble and identification requirements because we're still actually busy working with it.
Listen to the interpreter so we have both of them.
Oh, okay. Apparently I have to stay next to you. Okay. Right, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for allowing me to do the presentation to you this afternoon. So before I start, why are we actually here today? Why is post-provisioning on the program of our Lekgotla? Like our chairperson indicated to you, we are reviewing our model. We have in past years tried to do this, and we have come up with recommendations, and they've not been implemented for the mere fact that we've just not had the budget to do that. So what are we going to be doing differently this time? I said to DG, what we're going to be doing differently this time is whatever we recommend, we're going to recommend within the budget that we have at the moment. All right, that's going to be the difference. We're not going to expect to get extra money because we know that's not going to happen. So whatever we recommend, we're going to recommend within inside what we have now. If we do get anything extra, it will be great, but we're going to recommend the changes that we would like to implement within what we have at the moment with regard to budget. So that will be the difference. So what I'm going to explain to you today, just to those of you that aren't familiar with the post-provisioning processes, welcome to our session. So this is a very a lot of people don't like the post-provisioning model because they feel that the post-provisioning model doesn't create posts. And they're correct, it doesn't. It does not create posts. It takes what we have in a province, which is created by money, all right, and it distributes it. Now, what we would like to look at in our model is how our posts are actually distributed. That's what we'd like to look at. Because the feeling is in the sector that how we're distributing our posts at the moment is not really fair and equitable, as we claim it does. And we would like to also then look at a few things, for example, any changes to curriculum. As you know, the 3 streams model is coming in. Have we taken into account new subjects that we want to introduce? We've spoken a lot in the last couple of days about foundation phase, which is extremely important. Are we allocating fairly to foundation phase to make sure that our learners at the foundation phase are taken care of without sacrificing at the secondary and FET phase? So let me then start with my presentation, going on to the next slide, just to give you some background as to, with policy, where does this all start, all right? So with regard to our regulations, it comes from the Employment of Educators Act. This is where we get our policy from. And here our regulations indicate that our MECs in our different provinces, we have 9 provinces in our country, and each MEC needs to determine the pool of posts that need to be distributed to our schools in South Africa. And the head of department then distributes these posts every year by the 30th of September. Now, unfortunately, this hasn't been happening by the 30th of September each year. And we get a lot of flack because of this, because it's very important for our schools to be able to get their post establishments by the 30th of September in order for our principals to be able to plan. They need to be able to do their timetabling, they need to be able to see what vacancies they're going to have, are they going to be losing any teachers, so they need to be able to plan according to that. So we need to have to see how we're going to improve on that. So the intention of having a post-provisioning model and a policy is to ensure that an affordable basket is distributed equitably among all our public schools in each province. So please keep in mind, this is not for our independent schools, this is only for our public schools in South Africa. And our emphasis is on 3 things. First of all, of course, it needs to be affordable. So we can't have a province that declares a number of posts that they can't afford. All right? So if I am an MEC in a province and I declare 5,000 posts, but I know I can only afford 3,000, I'm going to have problems during the year. Okay? Because what's going to happen, I'm not going to be able to firstly fill what is happening, my promotional posts, because that's the first place I don't fill, because I have savings there. All right? And where I have vacancies in my schools where teachers are concerned, I'm not going to be able to put temporary teachers there until I'm able to fill in a permanent capacity. So it's extremely important that our posts are affordable, that are declared every single year. Secondly, the fairness of distribution and redress. Now, the complaint has always been, oh, but we're not addressing redress. But if you look at our model, redress is built into the model. It is there. But the provinces, some of our provinces, are not actually implementing the redress. All right? Now, I'd like to quickly introduce you to my new Deputy Director. I say she's new, but she's actually not new. This is her 3rd year. Moano, this is your 3rd year with me? Yes. So Moano, quickly stand up. You need to know what Moano looks like. Moano Nemokabani, she is the Deputy Director for Post-Provisioning at DBE. Now, what do I like about Moano? Moano her background is audit. She loves to look at information, and she loves to dig deep and check what's going on in the provinces, okay? And that is what she's been doing. She's been checking the data. And what have we been coming up with since Moano has been checking the data? The data is not correct. So when we distribute our information and our posts to our schools, we're finding that the information that has been fed into the post-provisioning norms is not correct. All right? Hence, we have problems with some of our provinces. Okay. So we're, as DBE, we are trying to assist some of our provinces to clean their data and to make sure that at the end of the day, when the model is actually run, it's run correctly with the right data. Okay? So that's what we're doing. We're trying to clean up our data. Then lastly, our curriculum requirements, very important. We need to make sure the curriculum is taken care of. And most importantly, now that I see the director for inclusive education is also here, we need to make sure that inclusive education is taken care of. Colleagues, we're not paying enough attention there, all right? So when we look at our model, we need to make sure that inclusive education, and when we talk about inclusive, what does it mean? We don't want to have special schools anymore. We want our learners in our mainstream schools, all right? So that's something that we need to look at. Except, of course, where we have our high needs, you know, our learners, of course. All right, so moving on to our next slide. Then in the creation of our post baskets, our MECs take into account, like I said, the budget, employment security of educators. You know, we don't just hire and fire as we please. We need to make sure that we secure employment of our educators at the end of the day, the implementation and promotion of curriculum policy, the split between personnel and non-personnel. This is a huge challenge in our provinces, colleagues. Personnel at the moment is taking a huge portion, the majority of the budget in our provinces. The result is most of our non-personnel activities are not being taken care of, all right? So you'll find in a province there isn't enough money for our subject advisors to go out to schools. There isn't enough money for our school managers to go out and manage the schools as they're supposed to be doing, all right? Just to give you two examples. So it's extremely important that compensation doesn't take the entire budget. It will always take the majority, but it cannot take the entire budget. So our MECs need to have a look at that. Then the terms and conditions of employment, of course, the workload of our teachers needs to be taken into consideration. And then we always consult our trade unions when we do our consultations, when we speak about our post-provisioning every year, and of course our associations with regard to school governing bodies. Next slide. Right, so the model. The model is based on the principle, as Martin mentioned, as it is at the moment, on weighted learners. Now, what does a weighted learner mean? We don't just look at you as Letitia is a learner in school A, and because she's there, we need to give her a teacher. We look at a lot of things in the model. And we weight Letitia according to a couple of things. First of all, what subjects is she taking if I'm in a secondary school? Language of learning and teaching, redress, want to help me out, there's a whole lot of stuff. Disability, there's a whole range of things that we look at. And then we give you a weight as a learner, all right? So my weight and his weight will be completely different because our needs are different, okay, in the school. And if everybody can just understand that, that would make it so much easier for the public also to understand that in school A and school B, even if we're right next to each other, we're not going, and we have the same number of learners, we're not going to have the same number of educators because our weighting of our learners are completely different, all right? So I think that is something that people really struggle with the model that we have currently, all right? So there, I've just explained to you how a weighted learner works. We also look at educational and administrative factors that impact differently on the post-provisioning needs of learners and of a school that are made in the model. Then moving on to the next slide. Right, factors considered in the model. This is what I was trying to look at. Okay, now I can tell you nicely. Okay. Maximum ideal size applicable to a specific learning area or phase. That's the first thing we look at. Secondly, the number of periods for each teacher. The need to promote a learning area. So in a particular school, they might decide, in my school, I'm going to promote mathematics. In the next school, we're going to promote science. In the next school, we're going to promote geography, or whatever the case may be. Okay? It all depends. Okay, I need to go quicker. Right. The size of the school, the number of grades I have in my school, the number of languages of instruction, okay, that LOLT that we spoke about, disability of learners, access to curriculum, what subjects are being offered at that school, okay? And here our high schools make the biggest mistake. They offer, in most cases, too many subjects. Or they change their subjects on a yearly basis, which makes post-provisioning extremely difficult for us, okay? Access to curriculum, yes. Poverty, all right. The level of funding, and then of course any ad hoc factors that might not be in there that we need to look at for that particular school. All right. Next slide. Right, what has changed that we've looked at in our policy for PPN? You can read this at your own leisure. But I want to look at the last column. All right, what it is that we need to really look at now. Remember, we've introduced grade R. It's something new for us. We need to introduce grade R into our PPN policy. We need to look at the improvements of literacy and numeracy in the foundation phase, mother tongue-based education, full service schools, which is your inclusive education, and then our focus schools, which is our 3 streams model. That is just off the cuff that I can think of that we need to start thinking of when we look at either our new model or the revision of our existing model. But what I would like to achieve today, and that's why I brought it to the Lekgotla, is to hear from you. What do you think we need to also look at? All right, what is missing from this model? All right, so I'd love to hear from you today when we engage what it is you think we need to also then focus on. All right, moving to the next slide. What are the gaps? All right, so unfunded mandates and siloed operations. We know colleagues from our provinces that are here. We get unfunded mandates, things that are introduced into the curriculum that are not funded. 3 streams model, perfect example. We don't get the money for it, but we are expected to implement. Lack of alignment across sectors and policy coordination gaps. Inequality in terms of poverty redress, where rural or quintile 1 to 3 schools are hit the hardest. All right? We still need to consider this because I do still believe, and I think your graphs were a perfect example of where we keep saying, are our quintile 5 schools being favored? Quintile 4 and 5. And I think your graphs were showing, yes, they are favored, especially in some of our provinces. And and through our analysis as well in HR, we've been able to show that. Our predetermined budget, it leaves no room for maneuvering in the PPN process. Because our allocations are fixed and provinces are required to operate within these constraints, which is a major challenge. Provinces experience resource restraints due to budget cuts that often lead to reduced post baskets. This has got nothing to do with the actual model. It's just the fact that we don't have enough money or our money is cut to put into the model to then have more posts to distribute to our schools. Different learner-educator ratios across provinces. Colleagues, it's shocking how this is, it's like you're living in a different country when you go from one province to the other. The learner-educator ratios, how they differ. All right, so we need to be able to get a balance somehow in our country. Insufficient collaboration or limited coordination between finance, MS, and human resources. In the provinces, please. There's no collaboration or very little between these directorates. And it makes it very, very difficult for us to get the model to work if we don't have collaboration between these directorates. MS is your starting point and your finance section. HR can't work without them. All right. Okay, I need to move quickly now. Next slide. There's many gaps. All right, so assessments for learners with disabilities. Colleagues, yesterday we took, I also actually wanted to introduce, so the European Union has been very kind and provided us with funding. So we are now able to appoint service providers. They are technical assistants, they're professional people that are assisting us to revise the model. And they are from Finland. The one gentleman has joined us. He's been with us since Monday. Professor Ropo, please stand, sir. I really like the people to see you. All right, so thank you very much. He's here. And it's wonderful that he's started off here at the Lekgotla. But I did take him to schools on Monday because I want him to see what our schools look like in South Africa. Physically see what they look like. So I took him to a technical school and I took him to a school for autism. And here, the assessment for our learners is, I don't think is, we're not doing justice here. The assessment, my sense is that the assessments, the screening of our learners are not done correctly or sufficiently. Because when it comes to the weighting of the learner, especially where there's multiple disciplines or disabilities, becomes extremely difficult because the question then is, what weighting do you give a child? Which disability is the primary disability that you actually weight? And the screening is going to be extremely important here. All right. We spoke to 10 principals, also with a gentleman, and the one principal runs a school for deaf learners, and he said to me, you know, Mrs. Monday, he says, all the deaf learners get sent to my school, but if you are deaf and you have autism, he says, I can't manage this child. He says, this child needs to go to a school for autism, even though he's blind. He says, because if you're autistic and you're blind, you're not able to communicate. So it's very difficult, and I'm learning a lot on disabilities, I must tell you. So it's extremely important that assessments, screening of our children are done correctly. All right, PPN relies on quantitative, enrollment-based models rather than adequately addressing inequalities. Now, 5% reallocation, according to poverty, is not adequate. That's what we have at the moment in our model, is 5%. We would like to up that, okay? Because if you can push that up in your model, that means that your poorer schools are going to benefit a lot more, okay? Because the model allocates posts quantitatively, small schools often lack adequate staff resources. Now, your primary schools, we have multi-grade teaching, as you know, which is a challenge, but we've seen it works. Multi-grade teaching works. But if you have a high school, which is a small school, huge challenge. Why? Because for every subject, I have to give a teacher. Okay? And that's very, very costly. So we have to look and see how do we address that in the model. Because it's not working at the moment, it's too expensive. Failure to comply with just prescribed timelines, like I said to you, the 30th of September, we're not meeting that goal, and we need to have a look and see how we can address that. Right, next one. Right, technical system gaps. I'm almost finished, Chair. This is the questions that we need to answer now, today in our group, all right? The policy direction on resourcing an inclusive education system. What is the gap? The slow process of inclusive education policy direction delays the full incorporation and implementation of PPN. What is the answer? We may not get the complete answer today, and I don't expect that, because we will be consulting with the Directorate for Inclusive Education and your organization, sir, that deal with disabilities. But we would like to hear from you today. Moving on to the next slide. Alignment of school phase structure, misalignment of school phases, and PPN phase categorization. The gap is that the incorrect alignment in terms of phase definition in PPN in the foundation phase. The current PPN categorizes school phases as grade R, grade 1 to 4, and grades 5 to 6. We need to fix that, because that's not right. Okay, but I think that answer we can do quick. We just fix it quickly. Because we know our phases are grade R to grade 3, grade 4, so we can fix that quickly. But at the moment, that's how it's stipulated in our policy, and it's not right. Okay, right, next slide. Right, medium of instruction. Currently, LOLT is limited to a maximum of 2 language groups. And colleagues, when we looked at the provinces, and they gave weightings to this, they were giving more than 2 languages to schools. It's against policy. All right? And that's why a lot of schools have been favored. So we need to decide, are we going to go with more than 2 languages? All right? Because we're giving more than 2 languages at schools, especially if we're going to be introducing mother tongue. Okay? We're not going to just have English and Afrikaans now, we're going to have other languages, so we're going to have to look at this in our policy. The current limitation of the weighting system, it caps it at 2 languages, so we need to have a look at that. Right, moving on to the next slide. Focus schools, technical and vocational. PPN is not updated and amended to incorporate new emerging subjects such as coding, robotics, marine, despite the inclusion of curriculum and assessment policy statement, the CAPS, and national priorities for STEM education. So we need to move very quickly on that, okay? Some of our subjects like technical maths, technical science, we've got a weighting for that. We did that quickly. But for other subjects, we have not yet weighted it. Next slide. Right, so that is my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you. I had to do that very quickly.
Thank you, Letitia. Okay, we could have a round of questions. Can I request actually that you stick with the questions in terms of actually what has not been perhaps actually on the board, and I want you to focus in terms of 2 phases. The one is in terms of what is happening in terms of the current PPN, and the recommendations in terms of how we can actually improve the system with regard to the new proposed actually PPN coming forward in that regard. Bearing in mind, of course, as Ms. Munda has indicated, there's no additional money actually coming into the system at this particular stage. So we cannot say actually we want actually, for example, additional posts, and we know that this could be done on the money coming in. So all the any questions? I got 1, I got 2, 3, and then 4 and 5. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for informative presentations by both the speakers. I would just like to ask a question, and it's about the quintiles. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it's about the quintiles. The first question I would like to ask is, what is the effect of the quintile profiling on the PPN, the current PPN? And secondly, I'm sure we all aware that the profile of the quintile 1 to 3 and 4 and 5 schools has actually changed dramatically over the past few years, and whether that is being taken into consideration. Thank you, sir.
Good day. My name is Jonas Ndlovu with Blind SA. Real quick, do you see PPM being mitigative or being, totally completing of the robotics and AI and those subjects when they kick in? And what's the alternative to PPM? Since, well, it is working, but of course it is not perfect. But secondly, on things like special schools, you may know that Braille is normally made part of the curriculum, but teachers cannot teach it during school time. So does PPM only consider subjects or consider time that is, normal school time from 7:30 until 2, or does it extend to, your extra learning after 2? Does it consider that, and is it different with special schools compared to, mainstream schools? And lastly, where do do people make inputs towards the revision of the PPM, so that other people who are interested as well can make their inputs from the public? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Mantu Vilana from Sanase. Just 2 questions that I have. I'm not sure whether one will be able to be answered. The first one is around learners with multiple disabilities. In terms of for argument's sake, let's take a school that has a blind learner and one learner is blind and profound. How do you then deal with the issue of allocation in terms of your staffing? The second one is that currently in MIT schools there's an introduction of new curriculum. Now, I'm not sure whether it falls under unfunded mandates or what, but there's a challenge in terms of post-provisioning where it's not accommodated within your post-provisioning norms. So I just want to check, how will it assist special schools in trying to ensure that they benefit from the process of post-provisioning? Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got 3 issues. The first one relates to the screening. I just want to check what measures are put in place to ensure that this screening is properly done. Because not only is the concern in respect of the post, but the concern also stems from how learners are disadvantaged because they get to be retained contrary to the policy saying something else, wherein parents will be calling the radio stations, sharing their experiences, that their learners were always referred to as having learning disabilities. Only after 3 years would it be discovered that the learner has got sight problems. So I just want to check in terms of that. The second one, Chair, is also non-compliance at the school level. Because by the way, the ELRC, I noted Letitia saying that the department is assisting the provinces to try and clean up the data. The ELRC has got a vested interest in that process. We will be publishing a report because we have commissioned an independent verification of the learner numbers. I think Martin will be interested in what we have discovered there, because part of what we is going to show is that we have been taking decisions based on unreliable data, and that needs to be corrected as a matter of urgency. But we will make the report accessible publicly because we did physical verification. In other words, we discovered that you have in the system what is referred to as combined schools, whilst the policy and the law does not allow that. But the circumstances on the ground are such that you still have schools that are operating, Martin, as high school and a primary in one. Then the question that needs to be answered is, you are amending the PPN. How do you then implement PPN in that space? So those are monitoring issues. And I also want to echo the questions that were raised by the first speaker in respect to the elephant in the room, which is the quintile system. I think if you talk about reviewing and or revising the model, you can't avoid addressing the review of the quintile system. And lastly, the issue around the weightings of the subjects. We want to hear the people that are tasked with the responsibility of reviewing the model also coming up with recommendations on how do they intend to review the weightings of the subjects. Because whilst the intention of the PPN, as Letitia has correctly put it, is that it is not intended to be against the pro-poor, but reality on the ground suggests otherwise. Because those that can afford to take on music and all the other subjects, they get to have more teachers. And if I can share with you a sneak preview, one school came forward and said, ours allocated 36 posts and we only filled 28. Now your exercise is going to result into us losing the posts that we have not filled. And my response to the same, don't you think that those teachers that you have not appointed would have been appointed in another school to make the difference? Because we have complaints that there are teachers who can't even walk in between the desks because they've got huge classrooms. Their numbers are big. So we need to address the elephant in the room. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Mine is based on the issue of monitoring after allocation has been made. There are situations whereby, for example, I'm in the arts space, and you'll find that the majority of schools are taking advantage of getting more posts because of the arts. However, they will take one teacher who's supposed to teach the arts and then allocate another post to teachers who are teaching other subjects because they had a challenge in that area. And then we find that overcrowding comes into the space whereby, like for example, Eastern Cape and KZN, that's where I've got high numbers in terms of subjects like music and dramatic arts. And one teacher is teaching a subject alone there, but the school was given 4 posts for music, and then they have allocated it to other subjects. And it also happens into the districts, whereby when a person retires or a person get promotion, they don't complete or they don't fill that post, they give it to subjects like mathematics, physical science, and then it becomes a problem that those posts are not filled. Provinces like Northern Cape, since 2017, there was no person since then up to now. KZN, over 10 years, there's no person for arts in general, but you look at the number of the learners, the numbers are increasing. For example, in dramatic arts, last 2024, we had about 20,000 learners. And then out of 20,000 learners, 18,000 were from KZN. And then now in 2025 results, we've got 24,000 learners. And then when you check the increment in terms of that subject, over 2,000 learners are from that province, and they don't have a specialist who's looking at that. So how do we assist in terms of monitoring that if posts are allocated and then we do not lose them because they are given to other subjects? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I think mine has been covered like slightly in terms of the quintiles, but what I would like to add is that I think that is a voice that says the quintile ranking is implicated in the sense that when you talk about the quintile ranking, the special schools are not are not ranked in terms of quintile, so you can't even begin to resource them equitably. So it creates huge problems. But I think also it's the issue around using the current system, strengthening the system that we're trying to dismantle. And I think it's something that we need to consider, because if we're building a new system, we have to use the current system, but we must be careful not to strengthen the current system such that it gives us all these undesirable, all these unexpected things that we are seeing. But I also want to point to the meeting to the fact that there is a misperception, that there is a misconception that learners with disabilities are in special schools. Currently, we're sitting at 77,000 of learners with disabilities in ordinary schools. So I think the issue that we need to take into consideration then is that how do you then resource for those particular learners? Because we're already sitting with them in public ordinary schools. We're sitting at 67,000 last year. We're sitting at 77,000 this year. So it tells you that it's a matter that we need to consider in terms of resourcing. When I say resourcing, I mean in terms of teachers and in terms of educators and non-educators, but also in terms of the quintile ranking. I think it comes back again, because then it locks what happens is that then you find that learners with disabilities are locked in special schools, but you already have them in public ordinary schools, so you kind of like not providing for them equitably. But I think Letitia has dealt with the issue of uneven implementation, of uneven access to the right to basic education, it depending on where you are as a learner. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson and the presenter, for the input. My name is Portia Mbuti Mchekwane. The question that the presenter asked is what kind of gaps or inputs can the participants make? From my side, looking at the policy improvements, it's going to maybe start with the legislation. The White Paper 6 stems far back as 2001. We are sitting now in 2026. And one would question why, after so many years, that this piece of legislation is sitting as a white paper. White paper until when? I think the first point of departure is to look at the white paper and ensuring that it now moves in terms of the legislation processes, and that it can become a piece of legislation that also addresses inclusive education in terms of the legislation. That's my first comment. The second one is from a human rights approach perspective, when one looks at the quintiling system of the department. Quintile 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A specific example I would quote is a school in a rural context, being quintiled as quintile 5. And yet, the children in that school are in a community where, coming to school, they need a meal. And they can't get that nutrition because their school is a quintile 5 in a rural context. Beautiful building, the kids are hungry, and they can't get this food because it's a Q5 school. From a human rights perspective or a human rights approach, I think such schools also need a review, and that when the review is being done, the transparency, that parents are also informed that we are reviewing, and let the parents bring on board their views as well when the reviewing of the schooling system in terms of quintile has been taken into account. The third one is the screening of children. I heard you speaking about the screening of children. It's not done, what. My question on this one is it screening being done by health personnel, or is the screening being done by educators? Because if it's educators, are they qualified to do that? And if it's health personnel, how often do they come and visit the schools to do proper and quality assured screening of our children? The last one, I want to touch on Finland. I missed that presentation. But I want to state that Finland, in my understanding on observation and visit, they don't have special schools. They operate on an inclusive approach, right? When you said, ma'am, the language of learning, the 2 languages and all that, what took me back is some schools in Finland even offer more than 7 languages, including Arabic for learners who are coming from other foreign national countries. And in South Africa right now, we're admitting children from other foreign countries. Now, how are we accommodating those languages from the foreign nationals? And lastly, yes, last one. Last one. When you look at the Nordic perspective, Scandinavian perspective, and the South African context, I always say it's not about buying and selling, but it's about the context. Does the context suit South Africa? To what extent also do we sell South Africa's best examples to our Finnish partners? I thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to request Tisha and Martin to come forward again and how much is applicable to Martin. I've been reminded now that they're waiting for us for lunch. So I think we should break for lunch quickly. Because they've... So let's break for lunch and then we'll attend to the questions, yeah. Okay. 2:30, the lunch ends, yeah, I think. 2:30. Yeah, I think safe, yeah. I hope so. 2:30, please.
What will be our role? Are we limited? What is it? Those that we call. What is it? I'm supposed to be asking questions. Oh, you know, it's what happens in this case. Because must just take general views. We can't confine these people to they will speak as much as they want. And then we can. But one issue that I need is not how do I everything that is good, including the and we can still talk about this
which schools have the best access to specialists, you know. So I think that would be favoring good of our schools. And I've not heard any kind of scandal about it. I wonder if there is data on it. Dr. Narcy. Donaldson. Andrew Donaldson. Okay. Very difficult. Look, I have seen this. I've seen in slides, you know, that we've reported that there are 70-something learners, disabled learners in ordinary schools. I thought this was just according to like not funding. Right? So that I'm assuming that means it's like 77,000 learners are getting an extra weight. What I'd like to know is like, what is the distribution of this? was the correct one. Yeah, it just got this slide. But this one is the correct one.
Oh, it's you presenting now.
No, when you say 2782, I agree, that's the number. But 20,
I think it's a
But I want to quickly look at the template.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't want to dispute that. Yeah, I'm on a different
I'm telling you. And even like look after him becomes the big a baby, then when it comes away. What time are we looking off today?
Definitely
But no, I think what people have raised here is too much. Going forward, let's be correct data. I think it will summarize a level. But I'm happy because they're giving us a lot of issues.
What is in the
So we'll be faster.
What is in the
From 5 point whatever.
Eastern Cape.
I'm coming back to him.
That's why he sounds very, very
To me, he looks very innocent. I mean, I can see you are very innocent, my brother.
Thank you. No, don't. No, it's fine. Okay, yeah. Now yeah. I want to get the good phone.
Chair, did you give us time when to come back? I think you just said go and eat.
Aqueles já, a postura assim.
That's why I said I put myself
I really don't know. It's just a lot of stories, quiet and just gossips. And there is pressure too. Because now it looks like another should be people are tired. But you are oh, but that thing is money, by the way. I understand. It's money. They give you something, an incentive, like that again.
The unions are saying,
Yeah. Yeah. I can see Treasury is also. They don't have a lot of applications.
I think even education is a multiple by 3,000.
No, because remember the criteria you guys came with was very restrictive on the side of teachers. No, it was good. No, but otherwise you'll still be writing some of them when so that you don't just go home and sit. We'll be saying no. What's your input on this? Yeah, so it looks like from what I hear, it's like there is pressure even from the minister to say that you guys, what are you doing? A lot of erosion. Whatever I can say is different, but what is important is
I'm not late now. No.
they need to have hands.
The way the chair looks at me, I'm wondering if I'm late.
Even with some of us, the more time moves, the more we get to the red line. The more they delay, the more I get there, the less I invest. Yeah. But I'm now only 17 years old. Yeah. No, if they give me the post, I will stay on maybe because I'm where I am. Already I've got offers. That is the pie, that's the problem. But the other issue is that they don't allow a space to bring or recommend people that
traditional instruction and you're going into workshops where you can only have a classroom or a workshop with 15 learners because of safety, you have to have a particular weighting. You cannot have classrooms bigger than 15. So, you know, many posts, you decide how you're going to distribute it. So those are the kinds of things that we need to decide as a sector. We need to consider. Do we do away with the weighting system, or do we stay with the weightings, but we then reconsider how we weight at the end of the day? The monitoring, very interesting subject, is in fact not used for that subject. We know that's happening. We know that's happening in all our provinces. We have officials there to go and have a look at the timetable, have a look and see how our teachers are allocated on that timetable. So guys, it's systemic issues that you're raising here. This is not PPN issues. The PPN is doing what it's supposed to do, but how it's implemented at school. So it's systemic issues, all right? Very interesting. Thank you for the information as to how many disabled learners we actually have at normal schools. I don't want to say it's not normal schools, it's primary schools. So that is something to consider. We do have weightings at the moment, but I want us to relook at those weightings. Are we happy with the weightings that we're giving? And my question still is, should we weight according to the disability, or should we weight according to the level of support that is needed? I do think that is something that we need to consider, all right? And maybe then put your different disabilities into the levels of support each disability requires. If I look at your white paper, okay? I've done the who does the, I didn't quite grasp that question, because we have our official language, offer any other languages as far as I know, but I know some schools, for example, will offer French, okay? But I mean, that's like very, very rare. But you do have schools that do offer, you know, those languages, but I don't think it is something that they self-funded. There we go. So I'm going to stop there. I'm going to leave it to the resource people to assist me, especially from the provinces, with regard to quintiles, because I don't know how to answer that. So I'm going to leave that question and any other questions.
Thanks. So let me respond to, yeah, four things. So there were comments around how teaching posts are actually used in schools. Of course, the model doesn't say this is a maths teacher, or that post is a geography teacher. That's very important to remember. So there's not really a need to monitor the accuracy of subject-specific posts in the post-provisioning model, because the post-provisioning model doesn't produce subject-specific posts. But that said, a huge gap in the system is that there's not sufficient monitoring of what teachers are used for at school. How are they spread across subjects, across grades? And this goes obviously beyond post-provisioning. This is about curriculum delivery. In some work, I've been pulled into work that uses SA SAM's data, and it's actually quite good, and it's available online. And there are some other people who've also started doing this. So I think that ball has started to move, and I think we need to do more, because it has policy implications. All right, but I don't think that that's something that's kind of results or necessarily results in a change to the policy. But here are three areas where I think the actual norms could change in response to comments made here. There were questions raised about the accuracy of the quintiles. Now, there's one part of the norm which allows you to allocate more posts to quintile 1 schools than to quintile 5, and it's like a sliding scale, all right? And that's optional. That could be made compulsory. But a further change one would probably want is to align the post-provisioning norms to the school funding norms, and similarly, all right, not to have differentiated weightings for those 3. But it still doesn't get away or deal with the fact that there are problems with the quintiles. They haven't changed. They still use data from the 1990s. And the problem is data. The problem is, to my knowledge, Stats SA will say, and that's screened. Yeah. Whereas in another district, it may not work that well. And that's an problem. And what one could do in the norms is to require provinces to, like on an annual basis, to be transparent about the distribution of disabled weighted learners in ordinary schools, to be sure that there are no sections of the problem. So those are my inputs.
Thank you, Martin. Is anybody from the technical task group that want to add anything? No one? You? Thanks.
Thanks very much, Facilitator, and good afternoon, colleagues. I just want to react first before I forget to one cannot keep quiet on. It is the issue of President addressing us and emphasizing what the Minister is saying in terms of policy planning. When we talk about MTBE, BE, all these things require funding. There's no magic that we will do from the model to deliver that policy without funding of policy around this, starting from appropriation, what the FFC does, and the appropriation process. Of equitable share that is used by Treasury. Money to provinces, and the discretion of the allocation of that money lies with the provincial treasuries. And now when that money lands in provinces, it is now overtaken by, if you go to Schedule 2 of the Constitution, it states the powers and responsibilities of provinces. In terms of social services, education, health. But then what then they do, they establish entities, establish this and that, provinces, its own embassies, and that money that they take of the formula of the FFC, they were considered to be key priorities for provinces. So we need to protect those resources. It happened once money is for educator provisioning. So that is what we want. In the appropriation to provinces, the first thing that we need to, we're talking additional money, but we're talking about the protection of what's there to provide the basics of education, like they would do with infrastructure, because money for infrastructure was disappearing into other things, and Deputy Minister to the President, and that are allocated or determined in terms of the money that is given. If you look at the legislation, 5 things that are considered when creating posts in terms of Chapter A of the PAN. 1, all of the 5, or 4 of the 5, but 1 is talking curriculum. The 4 are talking money. Budget, to that, or everything that you talk there is money. So you can't come and say when we talk
within the PAM itself, in terms of not meeting other requirements, and there is some confusion. So those are the issues actually that we need to identify actually going forward. My recommendation is actually with the quintiles, this to identify actually going forward. My recommendation is actually with the quintiles, this comes up multiple times. Actually, recommendation is I think that we should put into the template itself is we should genuinely form a technical task team to look actually at the quintiles, because the PPN, the current model is still going to be with us actually a couple of years. And I'm saying that is because besides the outside, where the body's outside, that is because besides the outside, where the body's outside, Martin also, I mentioned actually with the new ADCT actually that has been appointed, there's going to be a range of consultations. After all of to look and seriously sit down actually for the first time within education and actually appoint a team to see how they can address the quintiles actually going forward, because as Martin has said, it is not. Let me speak about actually the budget. Martin has said, it is not. Let me speak about actually the budget. My friend here is correct actually in that regard. But whenever we go to the Treasury Department actually and complain actually about it, and that we've done actually this year, I mean last year, whereby the minister actually went herself and she had various meetings with the minister, and we know that you're allocating the money with regard to actually other resources. That is in terms of the CA meeting. Then we come in terms of actually education. So I think we got a lot within education, within ourselves, that we need to sort out actually before we can approach the Treasury Department actually in that regard. We need to clean up the system ourselves before we can actually approach the Treasury Department in that regard. And they say the same thing over and over. They give us a slide and they say we've given you this amount of money. This amount of money actually has been spent. This amount of money we've identified that can be used with regard to actually education. It is not gone, and this is the amount of millions of rands. And you need to confess that funding actually that is required with regard to education and bring it back actually I mean education. So those are the things that we need to sort out as being actually at the department itself. Then based on that actually, then we will tell afterwards, then you come to us and come and complain with regard to actually, we will have to say that it's not actually sufficient funding. Other issue is also, and that is what Ms. Munda has identified actually as well, is the fact that once we go actually into a consultation process, okay, and the unions, for example, and not putting, I'm going to put emphasis on the unions and the school as governing bodies, if they've agreed to, and the amount of posts within the agreement actually that they had actually with the minister, they now cannot go, for example, actually to have the consultations with the HUDs and requesting for actually more posts in that regard. That particular process has actually already been finalized. That is why we're sitting actually in the state what we're sitting with at this particular stage. Those are the issues that we also need to sort out ourselves actually, and ourselves actually going forward. So it's not actually a simple thing. It's issues actually that need to be raised within the provincial education department actually themselves, together with in that regard. There's only a limited amount actually of funding, and once you've actually allocated that funding actually, you cannot come actually afterwards and come and complain about it actually afterwards. And that is what we've been saying actually a number of years, and we need the support from actually everybody in that regard. But most importantly, you must go fetch your money at the Treasury Department actually. I'm going to go over actually to the third actually presentation. I've been informed that we're only allowed to have one presentation, not tomorrow. We need to actually incorporate the thing, we need to build it actually as well. And Ms. Munda and Ophelia, they must be sitting together with actually Dr. Nkosi over there. They've been working on actually a number of months to see how they can bring into the systems model actually in that regard. Once again, actually, it is in that regard. Likewise, we sit with the same issue with regard to actually ECD and they are actually going forward. So education is not actually a simple thing. Dr. Nkosi, over to you. Thank you.
governance and support structures to sustain these reforms. That is, what should national do? What should the province do? What should school do? And what about the district as well? At national level, the policy frameworks that mandate continuous professional development, the funding and tech infrastructure support. And I was happy when the president said to the minister when the results were presented to the president said, in all sectors we need a technical high school. And if you have a problem with that, come back to me, I'll deal with that matter. At the provincial level, the district professional hubs, professional development hubs and training centers. We have our district teacher development centers. The data systems for tracking teacher growth. And how do you do that? It is doable. At school level, your professional development coordinators, they schedule professional learning community time, coaching, and feedback loops. Next slide. Monitoring and evaluation, in this case I'm not going to talk a lot about that, but example indicators, percentage of professional aligned to stream needs. That is very critical. The next slide. The key success factors in terms of the KPIs to track teacher participation rate, teacher self-efficacy growth, and classroom practice improvements, learner outcomes, and professional development sustainability, which is very critical. The next slide. These are basically the risk, which is limited tech access, resistance to change, and uneven quality. We also have mitigation on the right-hand side. And we are also arguing that to deal with resistance to change, you have to co-design professional development with teachers. The next slide. Overarching conclusion in terms of professional development pathways for a differentiated and changing education system. The Rethink Professional Development pathway is not or reform, but a core enabler. It must be supported through coherent, continuous, and differentiated professional learning pathways. It should not be just a once-off, compliance-driven training towards a career-long professional growth model. The next slide. The critical professional must be job-embedded, collaborative, and evidence-informed. And the president spoke about this. In other words, they have to be aligned professional learning to school improvement, leadership development, and system accountability. And equity must remain a central consideration. Ultimately, a reimagined professional framework positions teachers and school leaders not as passive recipients of policies change, but active agents of system transformation. The next slide. Colleagues, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions? No questions? Okay. You're welcome to make a suggestion. And there's one question over there.
So, having listened to the three streams, one of my suggestions for something food for thought is that do we maybe consider a model? So I'll give you an example. Presently, our provinces, when they run their model, they do a separate model for public ordinary schools and their special schools. So should we maybe consider, when we run a model for the three streams model, to do one for academic, one to do for vocational, and one to do for occupational? Is that something we can consider? So that's what I'm just thinking. And then we have for our special schools. Okay, so it's just something to consider. Remember, you still have the same amount of money, but when you run your model, then you consider running it for the various occupations. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, on the three-stream model, there's one complex issue that keeps on rising. And this issue, it keeps on rising as a result of introducing curriculum that is not applicable to your normal grade 1 to 9. Because according to the model, it's stipulated very clearly there that they will do all same curriculum across the 9 grades. And now, all of a sudden, you start hearing schools introducing what is not applicable there. To what extent will that be kept? Or are we beginning to infuse a new area that will say we'll have a differentiated curriculum, especially when we introduce a three-stream model? The second issue is that because this model is a distributive model, it will not create post. And there are, when you look at the three-stream model learner enrollments, they are very, very small class sizes. And in terms of the current model, that distributive nature of the model is not taking into account that, because when you look at the class sizes in that one, it's the maximum ideal class size is 1:40. So those are the areas for me that I thought this commission could look at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, this is 410 Kumalo from Mpumalanga. The doctor referred to some risks there and very good mitigation strategies. But I just want to check what may be the root causes of the risks, because if we know the root causes, I think that could assist us in the process. The risk were the resistance to change and uneven quality. So if perhaps you can just explain what could be the root causes that can assist us in the long term.
Thank you. Do you have a mic?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jablan Ngoba. I'm Director Inclusive Education. I'm thinking that I think part of what we need to do, I think we need to move away from looking at schools as special schools and public ordinary schools. Because the information that I shared earlier to say that because in South Africa a special school is associated with disability, and disability also being understood in a very narrow sense of it. When I say narrow sense of it, I mean that you have a disability doesn't necessarily mean that you always need support. So support differs. There are people who have a disability who will not need any support from anyone. So the support will depend on an individual, how much support they need. And then Letitia raised the issue around the multiple disabilities. That I think is a critical matter. But that you have multiple disabilities doesn't necessarily equate to support. So therefore, that is why then we are looking at a model to see how we can determine the level of support, because as much as disability is important, it doesn't tell you exactly how much support you will need. you may not need a support staff, the help from the support staff, because you are quite independent in what you are, in terms of that disability. But also disabilities work in a spectrum usually. So they are not like, it doesn't mean that I'm blind, therefore I will need support. So we need to think like that. In terms of the special schools and ordinary schools, what needs to happen, I think in South Africa maybe we need to get to it, because we seem to oscillate between the school, looking at the school when we resource, and looking at the learner. That's where I think we need to maybe take a decision. What are we looking at? Are we looking at the learner, or are we looking at the school? Because if we resource the school, then it's the school that becomes important. But I think the evidence that we have is showing us that the resourcing of a school, like saying, I fund this school because it is a special school, it misses it because some of the learners that are in the special school are also in the public ordinary school. So if you fund in terms of the school type, how are you going to fund those learners that are not in the school that you have identified? So it becomes a problem. So we need to look at that. I think for me, it would be better to look at the learners, but also it is not in line with the obligations that we have signed. For instance, in terms of the international obligations and the regional obligations that we have ratified, learners with disabilities do not necessarily have to be in a special school. They can be in any school like any other child. So in terms of resourcing, that is the position that we need to take. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to sound as if I'm disagreeing with Ubaba Ngcobo, but I'm actually agreeing with him. Because, because I think what we need to move towards is a movement towards resourcing a learner instead of resourcing a school or resourcing a group of learners, so that we come to a point where we can say, let's look at this learner. These are the needs of this learner, socio-economic, disability, this and that. But I think Mr. Ngcobo will agree that some particularly severe kinds of disability, we will still have some need for special schools which will address things like that. But I think if we can start focusing on resourcing a learner, and I want to check with Prof there, Martin, if you are still awake. Because I don't know why as education we are stuck with the quintiling system, because I think SASA, the means test, it's more individual, sort of looking at why don't we move towards that? Because the quintiling system is based on the data that is not there, which is old. And because we can all agree, we cannot move away from equity. And in terms of like your analysis showed, the current model doesn't even come close. We always say redress and equity, but I think it shows that, because in fact it's not surprising, because the only one factor in the model that addresses equity is the quintiling, which is flawed in terms of in itself, but also in terms of how it is implemented in the model. It's flawed. So we need to move away, and it's not only in quintiling, it's also in other things, because we use it for distribution of even the school funding norms. A lot. In fact, most of our funding, it's hedged on that. So we need to move towards looking at the learner. And like I'm saying, SASA is always, it's already looking at an individual in terms of the means testing. I'm not sure why are we still stuck with the quintiling system. Thanks.
Look, Chair, I thought probably we should take this opportunity that we discussing three-stream model in terms of this commission. We might need to get out of this meeting with directives or proposals, because it's long we have been discussing a three-stream model in the system, and there are expectations out there in terms of the implementation. So we should find a way, Dr. Nkosi, I don't know how best, because we can't have this presentation just to talk on the PPN on its own, but not proposing to the plenary in terms of timelines, in terms of the intentions, in terms of what needs to be done. Because the presentation itself is quite good, is giving us challenges that we need to consider when we are doing this. I'm just proposing that we should find a way forward and put to the public clearly when are we proposing for the initial phase of the implementation and other things, so that we are seen to be moving away from talk shows, Chairperson. We get to the real implementation. And I like the fact that he was able to connect this with the intention that the President has indicated. So we should be getting out of here with something that has to be implemented. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much. Sister, I want to help you, but I don't know how. Now, I also understand Mr. Ngobo's concern. There are about 9 reasons why we have this problem that we are talking about. Where learners with disabilities, I don't know whether I should use the word deliberately, not afforded the opportunity to be in the mainstream. And this is the systemic problem, is historical challenges of this country. And I'm not going to mention all of them. Not long here, I think in the first presentation, it was mentioned, I think Letitia was talking to that. The principal said, I don't know what to do with this child. That was the principal. It's because of the historical nature of the problem, and which we can really struggle to deal with it. I mean, those countries that are developed, and the developing countries, they put a lot of money in this. Now, where there's no money, in the first place, we don't even have those teachers. The only thing I know in the class is maths and science. And when I get there, I deal with maths and science, and there's an ATP, because there are also examination pressures in the system. And most of the time, the system is driven by exams. So how do you address that? The root causes. There's a lack in terms of the initial teacher education in the country. We did a study in 2023 where we're looking at the maths itself. And we only did about 8 or 9 universities. The maths itself. There's a huge gap. Here in Soshanguve, the principal appointed one of the kids from the Eastern Cape from one of the universities. She arrived at a workshop, the mechanical workshop, and she found what we call a CNC, numerical control machines, the computer numerical control machines. She looks at the machines, she does not know where to start. The principal had to talk to the SGP to get somebody from BMW to come and train the young teacher on the spot. 2 months down the line, they ran out of funds. They sent the little girl home. They are not ready. They are not ready. Because the challenge is that it is not about the content. Universities are very strong in that. The problem is methodology. Hence we are saying, why don't we bring back the teacher colleges? Because that was their focus. That was their strength. They know the knowledge, they have the knowledge. There you cannot touch them. And you'll see this when we are at the NTA, that they know the knowledge. They will surprise you. But go into the classroom and look at the practice is a problem. And also, of course, funding is the second root cause. Now, definitely we can't consider different models for the teachers. We can't consider different models for the teachers. It won't be correct. Because in the country we have teacher mobility as well. Now, if you only focus in one area, you say these teachers who are in inclusive education, they must be dealt with in this differentiated manner. Then next year, that teacher is not there. It's in another school. How do you deal with that? And of course, Mr. Kuduma, we will introduce the new subjects. And that is the call from, you know, the president spoke once, I think about 4 years ago. And he said, why in South Africa we don't have coding and robotics? What happened today? There is coding and robotics. The president says, Minister, if you have a problem of making sure that we improve the numbers in vocational education, come to me. What have we done now? We are now beginning to put up the plans to increase the numbers of the schools. Because those schools were there, but what happened is that when we introduced technical maths in 2016, many of the schools closed the shop. Now we must go back and introduce the subjects. The unfortunate part is that when you introduce some fall. The question that we must then determine is, or the issue that we must determine is, which ones are not significant? Which is a mountain. Now, the issue of the three-stream model. In the sector, we are talking about expansion of focus schools. They are now, all along we had 9 SAQA organizing fields in the curriculum. We have now added 2. And we are making a bid to SAQA to consider them. Because we want to establish 11 types of focus schools. Now these schools, they will need money. Because these teachers, you are correct. How do you deal with a 1:15 vis-a-vis the 1:40? It's a question that must go to the president. And it's a question that must be put by this task team, this commission. We can't respond to it now, but we can come with proposals. Chair, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We've come to the end of all the presentations. I think we now need to actually got the most important part of the work and the most difficult part of the work. I'm going to request Moando to come forward and put up the tablet for us. I don't know how we're going to be dealing with it. Will you be able to actually type it front, or somebody who has to type from actually the rapporteur teams? Okay, it is a recommendation that we give them actually 30 minutes, come back in half an hour's time, and then they will put up actually the draft template, and then we can discuss it. Different interpretation.
No, no.
Oh. Okay. You need the room. Okay. Can we take a break quickly for 30 minutes? But just before that, the element was to add something.
Yeah, no, Chair. Yeah, as we are rising for the break, we are very grateful for. There's a point that was raised by Martin, Prof, on what he picked up in terms of non-identical implementation of the model. It is something that we need to note that as we do the review, we need to see how we identify elements. I know there are discretionary kind of elements that we can consider as provinces, but we cannot have situations where just people then divert. I know of a province that distribute posts without using the model. So I'm just saying that we need to find a way of coming together, because at the end we'll then have very serious disparities across the system if we don't necessarily do that. So that is just the final input that I'm saying we need to actually look at from that present.
Use it with the mic. And that's fine. Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's break for actually 30 minutes is now. What is the time now? We'll come back at 20 past 4. And bear in mind, please, we need to be done actually at 5 o'clock. And if you're not here by 20 past 4, we will complete the template actually without you. And I'm watching who's busy leaving.
Something for booking here and all those things.
I do it myself.
So I just want to download these things so that when I go back, I can see things.
Thank you. Can we start? David? Yeah, she was a good meeting. I'll be with you for 5. Please. Yes, okay, thank you. We've come to the final part actually of the afternoon, and hopefully we'll be finished actually at 5 o'clock. If my 20 repetitors have done actually a very good job, under the guidance of Ms. Moana over here, I just chose her because she was sitting at the end of the table. But anyway, so this is supposed to be now the document that's going to go tomorrow to the plenary session, and whereby Ms. Munda needs to give actually the final presentation and report back in terms of what's going to happen over the next 5 years, and of course over the next year, what's going to happen with regard to actually PPN. So I'm going to give over to you quickly, just to report what you've actually identified, if you don't mind, and then we can see actually if there's any gaps that needs to be filled. You can sit there actually. I'm going to put you on the spot.
No, I have many soldiers with me, they will be assisting, but I've requested for them to flight the presentation.
Okay, we basically got about 5 slides that we need to compile, and it needs to be actually at high level. So we're not going to put in all that other things that comes in afterwards. Once we've actually finalize the main points in that regard. Okay.
So from all the discussion that we had, so we identified key 6 instead of 5, and the first one was to say that we need to align our PPN with the current development provision, and then we need to take into consideration obviously our emerging curriculum, socio-economic development, equity and redress. And the second one that has been said so many times in this commission was to review the current quintiling system, because it is basically it's largely based on the 1996 data, and it does not reflect the current socio-economic realities, and obviously it undermines equity objectives. And then the other one is inclusive education implementation. As it was indicated that there is constraint by limited specialist capacity, inconsistent screening, and reliance on school type sourcing rather than learner needs. So it's something that we need to look at. And then obviously there was an echo to say that the current post-provisioning model is a distribution model. So this is something that we need to take out and also understand that it is a distribution mechanism and is not a post-creating pool. So it does not create pool, and it is fundamentally concentrated by available budget to say what the budget that we have, create, post, and distribute it in terms of the model. And there was also an indication that we need to look at the class size disparities, persistent as there is persistent despite similar learner-educator ratio, indicating systematic inefficiency and implementation challenge. So we need to look at our class size. And then also due to the PPN relying mostly on the data that we have, we need to look at the data integrity weaknesses course, the learner numbers, disability numbers, and really take into consideration SHM's input, and they affect the credibility and fairness of post-provisioning outcomes. So really we need to look at our data. So those are our top 6 insights. So what is it that we need to take out of this? Updating equity mechanism, which is the quintiling and weighting system, strengthening inclusive education resourcing logic, improving data, quality and governance, aligning PPN reforms with funding realities, and then also clarifying implementation expectation. So this is what we came out with in terms of the key implementable insights.
Okay, thank you, Mana. Are there any questions? Actually, no, any input? Yeah, sorry.
No, thanks, Chair. Two things that I think are very important for us to apply our minds carefully on. The quintile system, it is a finance model, not a post-provisioning issue. It came to us from finance, not necessarily that it's coming out of the post-provisioning. So whatever review that we are referring to there has to go to be referred to authorities that are responsible. But okay, the same goes with the inclusive education. Chair, you will remember that the norms for inclusive education were not approved by CEM. And some of these proposals that are being factored into now is bringing back the dead horse. So we must be careful on that, such that we do not want to end up proposing the funding of all those areas that were not approved, which were seen to be not affordable when those norms were not approved. Thank you, Chair.
Just on that point, he was waiting actually for his notes. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. Mine is, it talks to what we are supposed to do in terms of the guidelines provided by our colleagues in terms of the approach to commissions. If you look at page 3 and 4 of this book, we are guided in terms of how to approach the questions or how to approach the issues at hand. We are expected to start with the problem statement and proceed to intended outcomes, and yeah, I think they are giving us the guidelines there. So perhaps we have to also start with the problem statement before maybe we proceed. And what are the questions and how do we respond to those particular questions? We are guided by the Secretariat in terms of, so that we've got a uniform approach. It shouldn't be our commission only who just got a different approach to the questions. Chairperson, thank you.
Maybe we should have started with the first slide.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it has all the information to say what is the purpose, what were the problem or constraints in terms of the post-provisioning norms. So it is there on the slide. I'm not sure if it's visible. If it's on slide, okay, there.
Sure.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Mahfouz. I'm from Equal Education. I just wanted to maybe raise a point of debate. I don't know. But if we have the implementable insights dependent on reforms to the quintile system, I think we all agree there's problems with the quintile system, but it still serves roughly as a fairly good proxy of how well resourced the school is. And if we want to also at the same time implement things that are going to make a real difference to provide redress posts to poorer schools, that shouldn't hinge on first a reform of a quintile system that we don't have the data to reform. So I think maybe just in the way that's phrasing to allow for the redress to be implemented a bit more quicker than the review of the quintile system.
I think actually, as I said, this is actually a high level. The dates and stuff actually will be identified afterwards in terms of the APPs and the thoughts actually that needs to be identified in that regard actually going forward. We have identified the quintile system as being a key driver going forward that we need to finalize actually as soon as possible. So with the plans itself, actually, we will actually identify in terms of that we need to actually pay special attention and urgent attention in terms of finalizing that actually as soon as possible. But this, of course, Ms. Munday, that will be the rapporteur actually tomorrow. She will just actually have to put in actually all those gaps. Okay?
Look, Chair, I really appreciate that it is high level and is very critical. But Dr. Nkosi raised fundamental issues that need to be covered there in terms of what we want to achieve going forward as a country. That needs to be taken into cognizance when we are reporting in terms of where do we get the educators in terms of our technical streams and the other streams. Somehow we need to have it within the high level. It's not like we are opening each and every college, but strategically is to say what we need in the system today is not what can be covered totally within the universities. So we should not shy away. We close those colleges, but we have to strategically think of how then do we bring them to cover what we need in terms of the new subjects in the system. It's not only technical subjects, but there are other critical subjects which even this president indicated we should deal with. I'm not sure how we deal with that. The resource person will assist us, but I just feel it should be there. It's very critical. Yes, I've put the proposal, the resource person will put the correct English there.
Resource or the scribes?
Front.
Oh, there is.
Okay. You just put the slide quickly so we can see. Okay, are you proposing that we put in another bullet, a bullet 9? Okay, maybe we just put in this, that you can put it in later on. You must get the idea actually what she's busy asking for. If you can't, then you phone her this evening, she must give it to you. Natalia?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think one of the things that we need to be wary of, particularly when it comes to succinctly stating the point that we would want to incorporate in the report,
is the issue that in terms of the guidelines we were told to avoid recommendations that are based on or dependent on intergovernmental collaborations. Because remember, this is a DHET matter. So I don't know how we can put it in such a manner that we may maybe flag it to say that this is a discussion that we need to take up with DHET. Because even if we were to start colleges or whatever way of providing teacher training in this regard, we can't do it without concurrence of DHET, if I'm making sense. Yeah. So. Yes, because DHET now, like the minister has said, they are in the process of re-looking into a number of things that would impact on us. And if we'd want to throw this at them, in terms of some of the qualifications that we can come up with, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we're going to add actually a 9th bullet. Anybody else?
Oh, collaboration.
I want to concur with him. Besides that, the higher education, the Council for Education at the moment, I think the issue of colleges are out of the debate. Are we talking about the provision of teacher qualifications, or we are talking about the higher education, the colleges as the the institutions? What is the problem? Is it how we provide teacher education, or do we need the buildings? I think we need to draw a line of demarcation there. But I thought Lala would also come in, because in terms of the WIP, is it the WIP? What do you call it? Work integrated learning. Yeah, do we need to improve on that or not? So for me, the issue of colleges is truly out of question, because I think there are new developments in terms of the in the higher education space, and the colleges are out of question. The question should be, how do we offer your teacher education programs? Thank you.
I wish I could say it in Tonga. Look, it's both. Let's be honest. We are having our candidates year in and year out who are displaced. We can't pretend we're not seeing that because we are basic education. It's us as basic education. We were given statistics today here. It's us as basic education who are able to get in the big numbers. And I always say, in South Africa, the Gen Z, they will march to basic education and come and bend the certificate. So it's both ways. If Ms. Maje will find a way of how then do we deal with it? I always say when I'm struggling, I wish 2-3 people can hear Tsonga here so that they can translate, you see. Because, you see, the crisis that we have out there, and when all the presentations were being made from the first day, they will show that we have improved. Even the president indicated that. We have improved in terms of what we are giving out as a system. But where are these learners going to? It can't be what we are throwing to DHET alone. I like the issue of the consultation so that we begin to be realistic on the context that we have. Because they are out there. It might not be colleges, it might not be whatever, but we need teachers, Miss Munday, for technical stream. We need teachers for coding and robotics and everything. Do we think what we have currently will be able to give that? So whatever is being proposed, Comrade David, now you'll understand me. Whatever is proposed, as long as it solves what we have in the system, I agree with it.
I'm going to keep Martin for last so that Martin can actually close off.
I think the fundamental issue here is the statement that the CEO of SAIS raised when she was summarizing yesterday. The review of minimum requirements for teacher education in South Africa, Mr. Tech, which is the issue at hand. Where it's located, it must be reviewed, because that's where our problem lies. So if we can put all our energy towards saying DBE must approach DHEAD to speed up the process of reviewing Mr. Tech, it will cover both where we want to locate teacher education, especially initial teacher education at.
Okay, thank you. Let's go against in terms of what Natalia said. We don't want to include actually other departments. We only want to consult with them. Martin?
Thanks. I was just trying to remember what the minister said. I think it was last year in her budget speech when she brought up the issue of wanting to review the post-provisioning norms. One thing I do remember is that she had an emphasis on reducing class sizes in the foundation phase. So I think if that's a ministerial priority, it should appear somewhere. And it could be, Moano, in the, where you refer to class size, just say, you know, comma particularly, or need to reduce class size, especially in the foundation phase.
Are you speaking about a different point now? Speaking about
I'm saying it could be integrated in where it says class size disparities and unacceptably high class sizes, especially in the foundation phase.
We're going to have a long sentence here.
And the point that should go together with that is the issue of the impact of the infrastructure in relation to that very same concept. Because remember, like you said, and I think Letitia said it again, that we can have money to provide teachers. But if you have teachers and you don't have proper facilities in terms of infrastructure for teaching and learning to take place, you'll have more teachers in the staff room because the classes will be fewer and the classes will still be crowded. So, and we can have a progressive approach in this instance. Like now, the policy is saying, let's get the foundations of learning right, including resourcing it. We can then say, as a matter of priority, we ramp up our provisioning of infrastructure to the foundation phase in terms of your grade R classes and all that. That's where we put up our money, knowing that we are investing for the future.
Okay, just put that slide again. Can we just close off then actually on which point of
Under class size.
under class sizes? Is that fine?
Yeah. Somewhere there. Can have the English there to.
She changed it already actually. Have a look at it now.
Infrastructure. Oh, sorry. Maybe you have to. Foundation phase is not there in the. Especially, no?
Is there?
Yeah.
But what is needed
Indicating
is a
systematic,
statement that
for example, infrastructure.
That's not covered by the policy on maximum class size. Remember, there's a review process that is running under that. Yeah, which is now awaiting or the inputs have been made onto that afterwards.
Yeah, then it will be better then to refer to it in terms of that process. so that we link up and integrate the two processes. Otherwise, you'll be put under pressure because this is a soft issue. You'll be under pressure to provide this, and then it will take ages in terms of the other to come on board.
Okay, are we happy with this now? The sentence as it stands over here now, before we finalize this last one.
It has to say something about, oh yeah, foundation. Yeah, that's particularly in foundation.
Okay, let's close off actually on that one now. Lala, you want to end off with regard to the last sentence?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening or afternoon, colleagues. Want to address that one on addressing the gap in teacher preparation and methodology, that alongside with what Ms. Monday is doing, we know that Mr. Tech is being reviewed, but alongside with that, DBE also has technical support to provide policy for school-based work integrated learning, and the work is starting alongside with what Ms. Mande are doing. So I suppose it's also the work that we are doing to strengthen the teacher preparation by providing guidance from our side as basic education and standardizing when it comes to work integrated learning. Together with that, we are also working with VVOB to provide policy on newly qualified teachers induction. That work has started, and I know that we are not going to separate the three because they are related to strengthening teacher preparation. We also have another program with JET where we are doing prototypes of support for student teachers that are studying on distance learning. So really there's work that is done, and I'm just saying it because you can align it with strengthening teacher preparation. We are not just relying on Mr. Tech and what universities are doing without informing the practice. Thank you.
But that sentence there, are you satisfied with it? And then
Yeah, it's fine. As long as the one who is talking on stage will remember. Thank you.
Any other proposed amendments or inclusions? I see somebody is whispering in our Anna's ear here.
There's no technical.
Okay, can we go over to the next slide? Everybody happy? Tomorrow if they ask questions, you don't put up a hand to ask questions, you put up a hand that you can answer the question. I'll be taking a photo, all of you as because you're leaving over here. Don't question actually your own work. Okay, in terms of the recommendations, review the quota system, and that came out of e-question applications. On the progress, what will be the indicator actually over here? In the recommendations with regard to actually the indicator that we need to include here?
Is there another mic?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. On item number 2.
No. I'm looking at number
Oh, number one.
first.
Okay, that's fine. Number
Because
one.
We need to fill all this insert quickly.
Yeah.
Give us I need a recommendation in terms of the proof. Suddenly nobody can speak. Everybody. Okay. I got yeah. Okay.
I think one of the proof is, first of all, that there's a functional task team established. You have evidence of whether it's a DG approved appointment letters to the relevant people, meetings that were held, discussions, an interim report of the findings, because they would not complete, obviously this is not work that you would do quickly, but there can be an interim report at intervals, whether it's quarterly reports of the work that the task team has done. Interval reports. I just think we need to define the intervals. That's what I'm suggesting. Whether it's, we can have even your biannual reports, every 6 months you have a report, because I know these things take time and etc. Maybe quarterly is too quick. Biannual could be a better one. That's proof of progress.
Okay, then for the time frame, can we propose actually that the functional task team be disappointed by the 31st of March? Or is that a bit too late? I asked the question, is it too late? All you must do is you must say yes or no and then make actually a recommendation. Okay, in the February. Helena? Yes, with finance actually, yeah, but yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go over to number 2.
Yeah,
review class sizes within the PPN.
I had a point to raise in relation to this issue.
Yeah.
To say that one of the things that I saw, policy points that we have not reflected on, is the issue of focus schools in terms of prioritization. I'm not sure whether it's finding its expression under the issue of technical and vocational, vocational and occupational education. Yeah, no. We can still dovetail the two.
It falls actually under the first line.
No, but I'm just saying that it is very critical.
I've got.
I actually want to go back to the first one, just to say the time frame of 28 February sounds like everything that we mention as proof of progress will be done by 28 February. So maybe we must just distinguish to say your functional task team established by 28 February, and your first biannual report, maybe you would want to know by July, 1st of July, your first biannual report.
Let's deal with this one here. Review.
Yeah, no,
You can
I just
take
wanted to check with number 1, review the quintile system. No, whether we sufficiently, explained why and how it relates to our question in terms of PPN. I'm just asking.
Remember what I said, Ms. Munda will be giving actually a rapporteur and then she will be identifying what's the issue with regard to the quintile system. Remember, this is we can't put everything actually inside here. She would have to explain actually in terms of what we want to do with regard to the quintile system.
Oh, she will explain.
Yeah. If not, and then you can add in terms of the explanation, but don't ask the question. Thank you.
Yeah, but considering the fact, Chair, that it is also dependent on SSA as the work that they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 1 is finished now. We're going to number 2. Anybody that wants to speak for number 1, I'm not going to actually allow you to. Number 2, review the class size in consideration within the PPN. Any recommendations? Yeah, are you fine with this? Reconsider how the class size is reflected and communicated within the PPN, particularly in context requiring smaller ratios in the validation phase. We need the proof of progress actually over here. PPN people must.
Chair, let's not forget that we do have technical experts that will be looking at this, and their work will be completed by September. So let's please not forget about them, because they've been appointed to do this work. So, yeah.
What we can say is proof of progress? The technical experts have been appointed.
Yeah.
And that the work will be finalized by the 30th of September.
Oh, yeah, why don't you just say that, yeah, that's the country action plan.
So we have a country action plan that has been drawn up with dates.
What will the technical experts deliver? Maybe you should put that in there. What will they deliver? Is it a report? Is it a model? Is it a framework?
It will be a revised model.
A revised model. Then, yes, a proposed model.
Yeah,
Then put
proposed
that
revised
in.
model.
Then you can remove the country action plan.
The country action plan's already been done, so proposed. Do you agree? Huh? Proposed revised model. PPN model.
Okay. Everybody happy with point 2? Going, gone? Shh. If you want to say something, put up your hand and give us actually a recommendation. I'm not going to listen to you. I've got 2 hands actually over here now. I'm going to miss you now. Okay. New voice, yeah.
So, the issue of class size is already one of the factors that are being considered when determining the post-provisioning model. Now, when we isolate class size there, is it correct firstly to isolate it because it's a basket of factors that you must take into account? But what we seem to be doing there is to isolate class size in exclusion of other factors that also must be taken into account.
What is your recommendation? Take it in or take it out?
Well, if we want to, I mean, if once you review the PPN, you will have to review all the factors that are taken into account. So we can't only isolate one factor.
So your proposal is to take it out or to put it in? We lose it, they don't lose it.
Yeah, but if ever we don't want to lose it, then how we put it, we must create that understanding that either we say review amongst others, so that there's an understanding that it's not the only.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Amongst others is fine. And other factors is fine also. The English just puts the making me tired.
The last part of the number 2 recommendation there, if it can also be reviewed that we should not only look at the foundation phase, but when you look at what causes the overcrowding in, or how overcrowding is viewed, it's not necessarily in foundation phase, but it cuts across. You may be seeing it dominantly because foundation phase is class size, but when you go to many primary schools, especially intermediate schools, you'll see that those classes are also overcrowded. But I also wanted to propose that we should also look at how we bring in the issues of the 3-stream model issues, because the class sizes of art school, class sizes of the special schools, right, will not necessarily be speaking to this area, and that needs to be taken into account to avoid overcrowding also in that space.
So give us.
Can I maybe assist and maybe in support of what Mr. Rabatapi has said, that this bullet must actually expand and include, you know, something along the lines of reprioritize or, you know, consider all factors, I don't know what you call them, Letitia, and the PPN, that impacts. Because you must look at all. Mr. Rabetap is right. So maybe in the second bullet is where we must phrase it around all, and it can include vocational, focus schools, whatever needs to be considered. Because here, and maybe there will be a reprioritization because you may not be able to do everything. But I think it's about investigating the areas that influences the current and new priorities that influence the PPN in order to reduce class sizes. What is it that has to be done?
Yeah, please help us.
Review the PPN, review factors within the PPN, because you see, you're going to be looking at all factors. They're going to be looking at all the factors, including class size. Yeah.
No, I wanted to check, Chair, if the other factors that determine how the PPN is done, are they not part of the slides that are still going to appear here?
Oh, sorry. Thank you. If I may come in there as well. Oh, still on.
The reason why I'm asking this is because the response to the question that Mr. Abutapi was asking could have been that this is not isolated, but in this instance it is singled out. But in the course of the slides, we're still going to see other factors that determine the PPN model. So that you don't want to compound this single item with other issues when you still are going to talk about, for example, learner-centered resources, which is a factor as well in determining PPN.
Yeah, Chair. Okay. Yeah, I did not want us to crowd that point because, you know, to deal with foundation phase is intentional. And that's what the minister and the president wants. So it should come out as, and we must emphasize it to say that foundation phase, and the rest will come. Otherwise we have a PPN review for every factor that is in there. So let it come out as foundation phase.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think the blue end.
Yes.
Okay. Our entire focus for the next 5 years will be on the innovation phase.
But let's understand the Chair.
Mr. Amataf is going to.
I'm going to spoil the punch. Yeah. No. You see, my understanding is that the PPN must be reviewed, not with a purpose of exclusively focusing on the foundation phase. It must be reviewed, but the outcome is that it must also provide a more favorable outcome for the foundation phase. But we cannot say, no, we're not concerned, because in any way, in terms of how it is structured, whatever changes that we do in favor for the foundation phase will affect what happens in other phases. So that's why we can isolate it. So in as much as we focus on the foundation phase, but we need to be cognizant of the impact of that on other phases of the system.
Sorry, I just wanted to add on what okay, sorry. I just wanted to add on what he said. If we are just going to focus on foundation phase, then there's going to be neglect on the other phases, because as much as you can see them and see that they are not overcrowded and teachers are there, but when learners in senior phase are then splitting into their different streams, that's where most of the time you are able to see that there's overcrowding and there's a need for teachers in these particular schools. Because when we look at our schools and we look at the learner to teacher ratio, majority of our schools, when you look at them from the outside, they match that ratio, because when they're in their classrooms, in their classes, they have teachers. But immediately when they now have to start moving to their particular streams, you are then able to see that there is a need for teachers for certain streams. Most of our general classes are overcrowded, and when you go to the streams of technical sciences, you then are able to see that they are not as overcrowded as the other streams.
Context requiring smaller ratios in the foundation phase.
But the heading there, it says full review of the PPN factors. Including class sizes. Is there one of them?
Okay, what we propose that we just change actually that was under the review of PPN. In fact, this such as actually the class size. This is the proposed sentence. Oh, now I've got too many teachers that has become lawyers now.
Colleagues, I'm just cautioning ourselves that at times when we write reports like this as a group, big group like this, we can end up the whole day on one sentence. What we need to keep is the context, and the scribers will then polish it as they come to report. Remember, even when we report back as a commission, we will have the latitude of making additions as members of the commissions. They normally allow that. But I guess that once the scribers get the context, then we should move on, Chair. Yes.
Can I make a proposal, Chair?
Who's this now?
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, Chair. Sorry, my sincere apologies. You know, I wanted to propose, Chair, that let's allow the scribers to go through all the slides so that we can see what is contained in the slides. Because now we may spend a lot of time in one slide only to find later that the information that we're harping on is contained in the other slides.
There's only one more slide actually after this. There's only one slide after this.
Oh.
Okay, can we live with this? Number two, based in terms of the context which Natalia and my friend has said over there, this is actually high level now. I'm going to give you the mic next time. And don't let me take it off him if he speaks against me again. Okay, I'll be fine. On a serious note, what happened to this? No, I mean, you disrupting my meeting over here now.
My apologies. There's a fundamental issue that is also not being taken into account, and that relates to the period load of educators. And that has got an impact on the
High level. You're coming low level now.
You see, my issue here, Chair, is that if you singled out the first one, we would have thought that you're going to cover, because
No,
if
no, no.
others are not.
The first one, Andrew said actually, is what the minister requires us to have in actually.
Okay.
That is why that we singled out. I've got my comrades here on my left-hand side. Take you up. Okay. Let's go to point number 3. Ms. Munda is sitting in the meeting. She will also just have to actually emphasize that. And Mr. Rabatapi will be the chairperson who will also perhaps want to add anything. Thank you. I'm giving him actually a mandate. tomorrow he can give me a mandate. Point number 3 is shift towards learner-centered resourcing for inclusion. Move from a resourcing based on school type to a resourcing based on the level of support required by individual learners, particularly learners with disabilities. Oh, if I see somebody put it in my hand, I'm only joking.
No problem. No, I just wanted to suggest the words shift and move indicate that a decision has been made, and this is recommendations. So it should rather read investigate, you know, or yeah, that's just all. It's just a language issue.
Okay. I think it's correct. Does everybody disagree with the word investigate? Oh, now I see the hand of inclusive education going up. Oh. Okay, let's hear.
Yes.
Let's hear what the experts have to say.
No, the shift has constitutional issues. The investigators have constitutional issues. This has to do with the right to basic education, which we are currently violating in terms of.
No. I want you to give me.
So we go to shift. I'll go with shift.
Investigate, shift, move. Shh. Inclusive education, are you fine? Shift. Maggie, did you put up a hand? David?
No, Chair, I agree with shifting rather than investigating, because when you investigate, you are still going to look at the pros and cons, and once you have the outcomes, you must still now act. So investigation simply means that we are not sure as yet whether to do it or not. So I think if it's a recommendation, then you must say that if you are sure about what we want, then we are saying that let's move towards this shift. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Somebody shouting, consider. Consider the shift towards it. Remember, I'm the chief negotiator. Tomorrow I must go do this in terms of dispute resolution. Okay, are we fine with the words shift? Okay. Here is also the proposed PPN model. What do we mean actually in terms of that? In terms of that now, the new model? Okay. And the date is the 30th of September. Happy? Okay. Oh.
Chair, I'm honestly asking whether is this not part of what was rejected in those recommendations of norms for special schools?
Okay, now I'm going to have, unfortunately, I'm going to have now the inclusive education people to respond.
Yeah, maybe I will respond like directly. This is a constitutional issue. It's a constitutional right. It's a right in the constitution. And there is, on top of that in South Africa, we've reframed, the Constitutional Court has reframed Section 29(1)A as immediately realizable. So what happened at that time was not actually supposed to happen, because you can't have a reason that says you don't have when you have for other children. So in terms of the section of the Constitution, but also in terms of the Constitutional Court order, you can't say that. So if you say that, you're in violation of not only the Constitution, but also the Constitutional Court order. So it's a matter that is not negotiable. The direction is that it stays as it is.
Let's go to point. Let's go to point 4. Thank you, Mahana. This one states: protect education funding, address the risk of education budgets being diverted to other provincial priorities, and acknowledge the constraints of limited funding. Any changes or proposals there? Are we happy? Okay, let's deal in terms of the progress in that regard. Yes, annually. Yeah. But I mean, yeah.
Sorry, and I'm speaking. Is this not something that has to be done once?
No, it's not. Okay, let's hear. Andrew?
I think there must be some agreement of some sort at the CEM level. Once it is discussed at CEM level, then we know we have achieved.
Okay, give us the wording.
The wording.
Yeah.
They are English teachers.
English teachers are not the specialists, that you must remember. We're the generalists. No, I think it's right. Maybe it would be a presentation to CEM on the impact of, I don't know, is it diversification of the budgets and how we could, with recommendations, how it could be protected. So you have to take this to CEM, and it's not annually. It would probably be, you need to give a time, whether it's by, I don't know how long this takes. I'm not a finance person. How long it will take to have discussions with, I don't know, Treasury. No, just give us a date, a month. October. No, you can't be in February there. You must go. Is October too late for you to finalize this? With the budgets of, yeah, when is the cycle?
I agree with the point But the people that we are targeting to address are not the culprits of what we are complaining about. So basically what we need is that we need their support in engaging finance, in ensuring that education is protected from austerity measures. So we're gonna make presentation to HEADCOM. They agree with us. They are also complaining like us. But what we need here is a sectoral approach to say, as a sector, how are we going to make a case to Treasury to ensure that education funding is protected?
No, this is just clarity on my part. Is this about, you know, the austerity measures from Treasury, or is it about provinces not spending the money where they should, them deciding? What is it about? Because I think then it's different solutions. What is the clarity?
Yeah, it's a combination of factors, because some have to do with the National Treasury in terms of the programs that they come up with, like your fiscal consolidation and other things that brought about the cuts. But secondly, it's the provinces, as they are given the bulk of the money, to then appropriate in the provincial legislatures. So what they do sometimes is that they then go and take from what is supposed to be secured for social services to fund other programs.
How do we word that actually to see it? Because we need a buy-in from CA.
So I think there should be two cautions. Okay. Firstly is that we should protect it from austerity from National Treasury, but also ensure that adequate funding is appropriated towards key educational programs.
Again, I'm going to sound as if I'm opposing Mr. Rabutabi, but I'm actually not. But these are supposed to be implementable recommendations. I think if we go to the level of Treasury, because I think one of the things that Treasury always says is that we give the provinces the funds and the provinces decide not to allocate to. Because I think as a sector, we need to sort it there first. Once we get it sorted there, then we can move to Treasury. But I think we must just limit it to the sector, and then we get the CM to get the support. But I think at another stage, because I think if we take two of them, implementable goes away. Treasury are very stubborn. They're not here.
Okay, I agree with.
We just, we focus on the second level, which is the distribution of funding in the province. So it means the provincial treasurer must protect the funding as allocated by treasury. They must ring fence the education funding because that's where the problem is.
Okay, I agree with you.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair, to agree.
The Treasury, of course, National Treasury will send somewhere else. We need a time frame actually over here. I see Rabatapi is not looking very happy.
Yeah, I think if we don't mention cuts, we are missing, because cuts are a problem. In as much as the issue of provincial allocation is an issue, but the impact of the cuts is really something that needs to be. And I'm raising this because I'm aware that there has been a recommendation made. Already the president has said to the sector because there were provinces that were arguing, as you are aware, Mr. Faker, that even their allocation from the fiscus to education was inadequate. And we were then called upon to provide evidence of that, which means that firstly, in terms of how education itself is funded, it's an issue. The second issue is the issue of the cuts. Then the third issue is the issue of the appropriations at provincial. So I don't think we lose anything by taking it there as a package. We can distribute it in terms of long-term, medium-term, and short-term without leaving anything out.
Okay, where do you think that sentence is coming?
What I've said.
Yeah. Remember, if you say something or you make a proposal, you must give a recommendation.
Yeah, so remember when I came in, I was trying to suggest that we shouldn't exclude the issue of the budget cuts. That was the point I was making.
So both of them could be there?
Yeah, both of them must be there. So that's why I'm saying the budget cuts and the appropriations. But when he talked about implementable, then that's where I think the issue of the long term and the short term and the medium term come in. Because the provincial appropriations can be a low-hanging fruit that can be addressed as a short-term measure.
Okay, so this sentence don't cover that. Arpatapi? This sentence is not enough to cover. Is it fine? Okay, so we need a date now, but probably first each one of this. Presentation to CM. What date?
So this is something that will commence probably the next Friday.
Next year. Can we propose in as what Cheryl has identified, the 30th of September? Because of course we will need to meet actually with the finance subcommittee and the HR subcommittee, and then actually take it through actually all of that. Okay. Okay, can we go over to point number 5, the last one on the slide, which is actually an important issue at the moment. Strengthen data integrity, require PDs to clean and verify data to support evidence-based decision-making in post-provisioning. Okay, what will be the action plan actually over here? The root cause actually is that the provinces, for example, actually what we picked up in some of the provinces, they don't actually update the EMA system, but the data that is required in that regard. So whenever they run the model, they don't actually get the correct number of posts being distributed.
Is it pure negligence or is it an intentional action throughout?
I'm sure.
We need to know what we are dealing with.
Yeah.
The solution must fit the mischief.
Okay.
No, Chair, I want to rise here as a person from a province.
That is why I'm busy allowing you to speak now. I want to hear, what is your excuse?
The first issue that needs to be corrected is information that is uploaded on the SASMs for those who are using SASMs. The nature of it, how it can be easily manipulated. Let me make an example. Now it's January, everybody wants additional ad hoc post. The learner numbers, instead of a school releasing the learners, they will hold on to that information until 10-day survey, right? And then they know that those learner numbers of 10-day survey is used to distribute ad hoc post. And immediately after March, April, the learner numbers drops from those schools. In May, June, they know that provinces are preparing for release of consultative meetings on post-provisioning. The number of learners is again being going up. And in August, you start seeing special schools joining that bandwagon by starting to do the referrals. So issue of the accuracy of the data is how it's going to be used. So if policy can be clarified about the information that is going to be used on your consultative meetings, it can solve the problem. Because the moment principals know about this date, you start seeing this difference. That has been my observation in the last 12 years I've been in HR.
So it means the problem is data manipulation. Yeah. That's the problem we are dealing with.
No, but the problem is also actually, and I don't shoot you the foot now to also say that you don't actually monitor actually your data. And that is because we pick up the secretaries while we're sitting here at the National Education Department, we pick up problems actually in the provinces because you don't actually monitor actually your data.
So shouldn't we be discussing
so
what systems or mechanisms do we put in place to ensure data integrity?
Okay. Wording.
The wording. I was saying we need to look at what systems do we put in place to ensure data integrity, because lack of integrity can be as a result of a number of factors. That includes manipulation. But if we have a system that can verify and ensure data integrity, then it will deal with whatever mischief that is there. So, but we can't start with monitoring, because what is it that we are moving? We need to have a system in place. Maybe we can suggest that we need to explore the development of a reliable system to ensure data integrity,
No,
something like
but the system is already EMIS. Everybody must work from the EMIS. As a matter in terms of what they put actually on the EMIS and what they take off. So some of the PDs don't actually update EMIS on actually a regular basis.
Yeah, so which therefore means that it cannot be a reliable method of verification.
It's not reliable because it's not actually updated.
Yeah, then it becomes a chicken and egg situation.
Yeah. Chair, part of what I would propose firmly is if we can have a policy statement that says you use the current latest available data. Because what happens is that when you use the latest current available data, they will come after manipulating that and say, this is now contrary, you have captured the wrong data. But because SASMs, they are uploading on weekly basis, and that is the information. But for the purposes of what the schools will want to drive, they'll want to manipulate that information. So my proposal is that the use of latest current available data.
Okay, Letitia.
And also the issue of accountability. If there is evidence that data has been manipulated, what are the consequences for that? Because if we create a culture that says it's okay to manipulate data, then it means we are encouraging it. So there must be accountability where there is evidence of manipulation. Yes.
I'm going to ask Tisha actually just to help with this last point because she's the one that's Who's he is becoming grey actually with us. Lala,
Chair, my suggestion here is this column is like, what are we going to do? So the provinces need to verify their data. Provinces need to verification of data by provinces. And then monitoring by DBE. And then to address what Mr. Labatabi is saying, I do think we need to have consequence management for manipulation of data. Where we do find, where if, you know, once we've monitored and we do find that there has been manipulation of data, there needs to be consequence management. It's not an indicator. Okay. All right.
So that we are able to check what teacher we need. Chair. Chair.
Oh, okay. I'm moving the mic. Chair, under the third column there, I know that the HODs will sign off data, but I'm not sure whether they know what they're signing for. So I think if we strengthen that part of the HODs to say, yeah, but I'm tempted to say they signed off data by HODs, although I know they are doing that as
Can
well.
I ask, is there standard operating procedures to sign off that, you know? So maybe that must be strengthened.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the SOP must be strengthened.
I'm not sure. Remember, it's MEs that will be doing that.
Chair?
Not anyone who is.
Lala.
Chair, but I want to know if that number 5, we are almost done with it. I'm coming with a new, another, not new. Remember, we don't only do PPN, we also have to recruit young people to study teaching, and we use this information when we are looking for that. But now I see that, I don't see that we have looked at that somewhere. Hey, Chair, give me a chance, please. Give me a chance. Because every time we are recruiting young people to study teaching, we look at retirement on PESAL, and then we have to go to SASEMS or Triple D to be able to match the two data so that we know the teacher that is going to be required. And at the end of the day, that after recruiting, then that data is manipulated, and the one who retired as a maths teacher
is no longer the one that you have recruited someone to study maths, but now the one who is appointed to replace that one is, or the advert is another subject. So I don't know how do we put data integration, not only data integrity. Yes, it's very critical for this branch. Thank you.
I know exactly what you're going to say. Once the data is correct, you will have no problem actually with your issues. Your function is a consequence in terms of what the data actually entails. Okay. Remember what my friend said over there? This is actually the high level. Okay, let's go in terms of actually what is required. There was a proposal made actually that the data must be signed off actually by the HODs. No, sorry, by CM. What was the recommendation?
Yeah, I said by HODs, but I'm not sure, but they're signing now, but you know, the bank must stop with them, so I'm not sure what else can be done.
Okay. No. Let's put it down there actually that the HODs must sign off actually on the data, because that will be highlighted in the meeting tomorrow, and it will form part and parcel in terms of actually implementation. They cannot come to a meeting 6 months later saying that they were not aware of it. Whoever reads it or don't read it, that is not actually our responsibility.
Chair.
Want to say something?
Okay, for the HOD to sign off the data, can't the internal audit at the PEDs actually verify the data before the HOD actually signs it off, just to ensure that it is
okay, sign off by the HOD after verification by AI.
Yes.
Okay.
Internal auditor, and then it has to be signed off the first
My understanding of these meetings, the longer we sit in there, the more work we start giving one another, and then tomorrow we can't actually achieve it. Okay, but I agree with this. I think it's actually a good recommendation. Dates, timeframes. Okay, we'll worry about the end afterwards. Timeframes. Letitia, what date would you like this to be signed off on? Remember we got actually a pre-PPN meeting, then we got actually the actual PPN meetings, and then we got actually a post-PPN meeting.
Need to be the data need to be signed off annually, then meaning that each and every province
Date, give a date.
By June? No. Yeah, I think end of June. Yeah. Yeah, data.
Okay. 30th of
But
June.
others use, there are provinces that use data, not even only the first quarter, but also the second quarter data in their running of the model.
Okay. I don't care actually what they use, what they use, as long as they send that actually the signed of data.
Okay. June?
Because we are putting dates as in the model.
But this one does not depend on the review of the model, because either way, going forward, data needs to be. It is okay. This is also a key risk that has been identified through the PPN, but necessarily it does not implicate the review of the PPN. It is part of the process of the PPN.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, I think we are we are moving from high level to low level. When we start listing audit, we listing sign off, because I think Mr. Rabutapi came up with putting in place systems. Mr. Rabutapi, what did you say? I think because now when you start listing things like that, because it's, and I'm not sure, guys from the province, do you think internal audit in the province can do that? I don't think they can. And the other reason is just that Mr. Mpanza is not here. Actually, EMIS does the audit of the data.
Okay, let's keep it as high level. Let's say HUD signs of actual data. Okay, that should cover the entire department. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, before we move out of the slide, there is number 3. Yeah.
No, we finished number 3.
Yeah, it's not finished
It's
according
finished.
to where I am. I'll
No.
show you why, yeah.
We finished with number 3.
Yeah, on the responsibility, Chair, you can't delegate to provinces a national function. We can rather say DBE and PEDs on that column. And then, like my colleagues are saying, those who will finally clean the data must look. There is a lot of repetition in number 5, the issues of verification coming on the first and third column. I think we are just repeating ourselves. Thank you so much.
Were you sleeping when we dealt with that 2 points? Okay, thank you. Anna will correct it. I don't want to go back, because the more we're going to go back, the more you're going to go back actually into the same point. I've been in these meetings for actually many, many years. And at times running, we now already an hour over. Okay, and the meeting is getting less and less. Okay, let's go over to the next slide. This one deals with resourcing the top 5 key implementation recommendations. Okay. Online review. What? Okay. Okay. So you must copy and paste those recommendations now. I can't tell you how to do it. I got no clue what to do. Okay, of course, the first one deals with the review, and it states in terms of actually reprioritizing the existing resources. Are we satisfied with that, with that crossover there? Anybody wants to put a double cross or a triple cross? Okay. Then we're dealing with review the PPN factors, such as the class size, and this one needs new funding. Okay. Shift towards learner-centered resourcing for inclusion. This one also needs actually additional funding. Okay. Can we perhaps then say in the center needs a funding shift because you've got double funding? Okay. Can we take the cross out actually over here? Yeah, this one. There is funding, yeah. Okay. I just need actually in terms of to shift it around. Number 3 is done. Number 4, protect education funding. There is the risk of education budgets. The cross is actually the first one. Is that fine? Okay. No, this is because you did the first one is that there is funding available already. Okay. We must read the slides. Okay, and then it's actually the final one, or is it all 5? There were 5, yeah. Okay. 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 Number 6. Can you go to the top of the slide? This is read of what's reading. Top 3 risks and mitigations. Limited funding constraints, limitation of reforms. Align expectations to available resources and protect existing education allocations.
Limited funding or is it the inefficiency of order? Because it's about the provinces not appropriating provincial treasuries taking funding.
Should we not put limited and insufficient funding?
Yeah.
Okay, then we got in terms of the second column, the mitigation, align expectations to available resources and protect existing education allocations. Okay, is that fine? Risk number 2, continued the reliance on outdated data undermines equity. Establish structured review the processes and improve the data, the quality.
Data or is it compromised? Oh, okay. I thought we were speaking about the data.
Are we happy with this point? Number 2, Rapatapi, you must expert on risk. Number 2, we must identify the 3 main risks. Yeah.
Is it the current PPN model? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but it is. Establish structured review processes and improve data quality.
Okay, but Minister, she's fine. Anybody got a different opinion? Feel how you
I think we must be specific there because I think we were talking about the quintile or something like that. We're talking about the reliance on the quintile.
Okay, continue the reliance on outdated quintile data. Can I? Data.
I wasn't sure.
Can I ask you a question? Where does the word Douglas come from? Determine. 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 I'm also starting to call it these days determine. Yeah.
If it is quintile, then it can't, oh yeah, DB is fine. Because it could not have been at PED.
Okay. Bullet number 3, inconsistent implementation across all the PDs, the governance, the monitoring and clarity on the PPN scope actually and limitations.
Isn't it inconsistent implementation of the PPN? Yeah. Or what are you?
Yeah, inconsistent implementation actually of the PPN across actually the provinces. Are we happy? I must ask my rapporteur, my chairperson over there. Rapatapi. Okay, he's going to support us not tomorrow in the meeting as the chairperson. Number 7. Okay, I'm not going to ask you any additional inputs. I'm going to say we finalize the entire process. Ms. Mahana will actually clean it up together actually with the team. She will send it to actually all of us, and Ms. Munde will be the rapporteur tomorrow, supported actually by Commission 3, without any questions, but giving input. Okay. Yeah, Natalia has agreed he will stand with you in front. My job is finished. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you for your inputs. 8 o'clock tomorrow.
What does the program say? Look at the program.
Oh my word. Thank you, guys.
Don't be surprised if you haven't been this evening.